This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody again. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. Here we're sitting on Kalahari Dam. It's pretty windy. We got the tallest animals on earth, which is the giraffe. Looking at us, it's probably because the wind is coming from the south to the north. And then this is how we're going to be operating around here. Jump aboard on your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon again, everybody. We're still sitting here looking at the magnificent, beautiful, tall animal. The southern giraffe is probably trying to hide away from the wind. And the water's right on our actually left-hand side where there's a Kalahari Dam. I don't know if it's going to go drink while we're around here. My name is Andrew, and I have Morgan on the camera this afternoon. So this is where we decide to come and have a look, to begin the drive, see what we're going to find. And there we go, we got a giraffe. It's pretty windy today. Temperatures of the day is 23 degrees, 74 Fahrenheit. Windy, that's why the giraffe won't move so much. It's actually fitting itself right into the dip. Remember, you can talk to us. On Twitter, you can use hashtag WildEarth. And as well as on YouTube channel at FC. If you are under the age of 18, you can also go to the web Kids Questions, which is the email address, kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. But also, some of you haven't really registered, or it's easy if you go to WildEarth, a website. You head over to the live safari page, and you can submit your question there. We're happy to answer them for you. So David, you're saying this is a very distinguished giraffe. Indeed it is. Most of the giraffe, they are associate, most in group. Some they would find individual, isolated, just like this male we're looking at right now. Just not too sure if it's the same male that I saw yesterday afternoon just before the Kalamba, the leopard, because it was right in this same spot. But they are very distinguished. you're asking how old this giraffe is. When I look at him, he's very old. If you look at the neck, there's a little bit of a scar, a bit. And look at these horn, very worn at the top. They only live up to about 25 years roughly. So you would be anything from maybe 18 or early 20s, somewhere there, or above that. So this is usually how these scars giraffe would have along its neck, would be caused by fight. And also when they run away from the danger, there's no choice. They run through these tall trees. They would damage their neck sometimes. I think he's chosen the right spot there, where we are right now. The wind is blowing very hard, and there it's probably less because he was way down. He's probably alert, looking around. Where he is, and the whole brush is grasses compared to him. It just developed such a beautiful pattern, the color. So we're gonna, this is the plan for this afternoon. We're gonna go look around for our pride of line we saw this morning. We're gonna go track them down, see how far they have gone for us. And let's quickly have a look at the weather in one of our few other locations.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us again on our afternoon safari here in the Tswalu Kalahari Reserve. I am your guide, John, and behind the camera this afternoon we've got Gerrit. He'll be looking after all the equipment, and this afternoon our plan is just to bumble. We're heading off into the sand dunes, and are hoping just to see as much game as we can. It's still a little warm at this time of day, but it gives us a nice bit of drive to get out and really get to where the wildlife should be active. But as always, this time of year, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful weather. But let's keep going. Let's go and look, see who and what is out and about. So as I said, we're going to bumble and move off into the dunes, so we're heading a little bit further west this afternoon. But for now, I'm going to send you back across to Andrew and Djuma. Enjoy.
So we just actually have to turn around, face where we just came from. We're still in the very same position. Now we have a beautiful, magnificent bull elephant drinking. He just probably came from quarantine. We just drove past there. It's probably maybe he was in a thicket still. To be by himself, that's a usual way of elephants, most especially bulls. They don't stick in group of females, not mix with the females all the time, but you find them in all separate bachelor males together. Just looks like he didn't drink too much. Maybe he's still going to. So I'm just gonna sit still here. Hopefully he's gonna come maybe across in front of our vehicle, or he's gonna come straight to our vehicle. Gonna have to reverse back then.
So welcome back. You'll see that the vegetation, it changes greatly as you drive through the Kalahari, or through the Tswalu Kalahari, should I say. At the moment we're going through a little bit of a thicket, but just on the horizon there you can see the dunes starting to raise above the horizon, and that's where we're heading off to. Get into those sand dunes and be seeing who's out and about in terms of the game. This sort of area, there should be lots of oryx, lots of eland, red hartebeest. There should be a really good variety of wildlife running around here. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to wait too long before we are spotting all of those. So we've just pulled up to a little pan area, and there's a couple of oryx, a couple of wildebeest. There was a warthog who didn't like us approaching, so he's moved off. But yeah, water, the life force for these animals.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome aboard. We have a very lucky start to this afternoon's drive, don't you think? I said, oh. Oh, that looked very uncomfortable. It's Kara, everyone. It looked like it was from the nick in her ear, and she's got a kill in the tree. It's a duiker. She might just go and sit over on the other side for a little bit. But we have a very special guest today, this afternoon, joining us for the live safari. Firstly, hi, it's me, Trishala. I've got Theo on camera with me. And like I said, we do have a special guest. Perhaps you might know her. Perhaps you may have heard of her. But all of our Twitter viewers especially is none other than Maggie.
Hi, it's Maggie, also known as Mia My Cat.
There we go.
Hello to all the Twitter people.
I'm sure you have lots of fans out there that are just watching to see Maggie this afternoon. Well, Maggie, what would you like to see apart from
Leopards, pangolin, aardvark.
On my list. Well, we'll try our hardest to get you everything, and we'll get you a great experience with us.
Oh, definitely.
And I think we're off to a good start.
Great start.
Like I said, we have Kara, and she's scratching around towards the bottom. So we're gonna sit with her for a little while. The weather's not great, but we are gonna sit with her for a little while. But I also want to take Maggie to Chitwa to have a look what's happening on that side. But for now, we're gonna send you over to Tswalu and see what's happening there.
So as you can see, we're sitting at a little waterhole here, a little pan, and we have a handful of oryx, or as we call them, gemsbok, that have obviously been having water. And it is one of the few species where they can technically survive without water. As long as they're eating the right vegetation, they'll be able to get enough nutrient. And when you have these cooler mornings, a little bit of moisture on the grass and on that's enough to sustain animals like oryx. But when water is readily available, it would be silly not to take your chances and have a drink. And like I said, even though it's so cold in the early mornings and the afternoons here, the daytime temperature is sitting now in the 20 degrees, in the low 20s, but it's still warm enough that it would require them, if they can get to the water, they'll certainly want to get there. Typical of this whole arid environment, the water supplies are very limited. A lot of the water we see, we've had amazing rain this year throughout southern Africa, so well, most of it, should I say. So a lot of what you have been seeing is natural rainwater. But as we go deep into winter, we'll supplement our areas where we need to, just to keep the animals happy and healthy. You can also see where they're standing now. When you live in these harsh conditions, you become wise as to how to control heat and temperature and evaporation loss and energy loss. So having been to water, and every single one of those oryx has moved back to the shade of the trees, and obviously not wanting to be losing the moisture, the liquid that they've already taken to the heat. So smart enough to go and stand in the shade in the hotter hours, and that would really be the only way you'd survive out here. If you were to be here in the height of summer and you spent your time in the sun, you wouldn't make it. It would just be too much for you. They are lovely creatures. Always nice to see them. But I'm going to start up and keep moving and see what else we get as we drive along. Caitlin, I would be lying to you if I gave you an exact number, but I'm sure you can see just even looking at these oryx, they are obviously well known because of their long straight horns, and easily getting sort of 3 to 4 feet long on the really bigger ones. What is interesting with animals like the oryx, the gemsbok, and it would be very similar for things like eland, is that the longer, thinner horns are more typical of the males. Of the females. And the females would just be using those horns to try and protect themselves and protect their calves. With the males, at some point in their life, will be trying to fight for dominance, for a position of some sort. They would typically have slightly shorter and certainly thicker horns. And it makes sense. I mean, they'd use those horns a lot more frequently than the females ever would. But yeah, a big oryx, I'd be saying just over a meter long, but yeah, easily 3 to 4 feet. Interestingly, Caitlin, we did have a question, not the same question, but a similar question not too long ago about which antelope has the longest horns, and that would be the kudu. So we see nice big kudus in this here, but the kudus in terms of length, the way they measure them, that would be the antelope with the longest horns in southern Africa. I don't think there's anything in particular that distinguishes what, why they'd be called an oryx or a gemsbok. Oryx is a more internationally recognized name. So with most of the early Europeans coming into Africa, I would then have to assume that it would be a more European-based name. Gemsbok is a very South African name. It's just what the local South Africans have called them since the beginning of time. So I suppose it's location, geographically where you are, would be where you would learn to either call it a gemsbok or an oryx. As we cross this dune, we're gonna, like I said earlier, keep going and hopefully we're bumping some more interesting creatures.
This is Jake Whitener, all the way from the US, and he is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I decided to support and buy the Ticket to Dream to help WildEarth in its mission of conservancy towards animals and the environment.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
And I would highly recommend that people would be involved in that program.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Ever since I was able to get the ticket to Dream, I've been looking forward to coming on this drive. It is an absolutely fabulous experience, and it's great.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Some buffalo tracks here, not fresh. I think I saw these tracks this morning, but you never know if these lions have ever smelled that there was a buffalo around here. They would get moving, hunt them down. Of the cats to hunt, wind a little bit, and they would love it so much to do hunting in a windy day. Peter, you're asking which animals is easiest for me to track and why. So cats most, I would put lions, which is easy to track, especially when they're in a pride, more than one. So it's just because they sometimes don't directly move. They would move and lie down for a while, and again they move and lie down. So then, confident of finding them, it's all ours. lion, if they ever move far distances, it's another situation. There's a way of hunting, but also scent marking territory. Scent marking territory. So scent marking territory, they move so much. Especially males, but hunting on the lines, they may delay to go far if there's something they will try to surround and get it down. Carry on, almost in the end of the other side of this cut lines, nothing coming out yet, so I'm going to be sending you across to Trishal.
Down from the tree and then moved off in the block into the block, but her kill is still there, so she's likely to be there for the rest of the day. But instead of crashing through the block, we thought let's have a nice drive. We're going to go to Chitwa now. See what we can find on that side. Mariebs has been very, very active on Chitwa. Plus the dam's beautiful. It's always a nice place to spend the afternoon. I just wish it was a little bit sunnier so we could actually see a sunset. That would be ideal. Now, Maggie's a Ticket to Dream holder, by the way. She's not just my aunt I've got on the vehicle with me, if you were wondering. I didn't mention that the first time. So she's come to experience what it's like behind the scenes with us. That's very nice. She's a long-time viewer, so it's always an honor to have someone who's been with us through this whole journey on board with us. Oh, wow. Hi, Caitlin. You'd like to know, what is the slowest land animal? Caitlin, I can't be sure. I know the immediate... I feel like I know this, though. I need to sift through the different files in my brain. But I know the immediate thought is a tortoise. But actually, if you've ever seen one move when they're hungry, they move quite quickly. I'll think about it, Caitlin, and I will get back to you. I'm actually going to say a stromatolite for now, since they don't move. Does that count? It'll also make you go and Google what a stromatolite is, and then maybe you'll be interested in it. And also, when you ask about animal, I usually think about the entire animal kingdom, which involves quite a lot of things that you probably wouldn't think about. Some of which don't move at all, like a stromatolite. The sun's starting to peek through a little bit, and I just want to look at these really, really pretty colors. It's a bit of a Cumbritum woodland on the side here. And the sun's just shone through with the most perfect color to highlight these oranges and these yellows. Pretty, don't you think? This is also a nice spot to kind of see the extent of Djuma, in fact, past and into Torchwood. from this area. I've always hoped to, in the little gaps that you see in winter, to see like a leopard moving through, or elephants more likely. A leopard will look like just a little ant from this distance. Hi, Balto. You'd like to know when last we visited the Hyena Den? Our Hyena Dens are no longer active, so we don't visit them anymore. Though, you know what, Balto? If you want, I can check. I'll check right now. Actually, on our way down, we can have a look. But they seem to have moved quite a lot. I see a lot of tracks for the hyenas that go down south, and apparently there's been quite a lot of hyena activity in Buffelshoek in the north too. But we'll go and check. So let's be on our way. The hyena dens are en route, so we'll do that definitely for you, Balto. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Andrew. He's also in a bit of a bumble.
So we have reached all of western end of the cut lines, and these tracks of lines since it hasn't coming out there, so they've got to be still in the block. So we're going to go exactly where we left them this morning, search from there. Sure would be some other guides as well that will be really interested to find them. Just got to help each other finding them. So yeah, it's my plan. We're not far from where we just left them. Asking if do we get a gen of giraffe in Djuma? Yes, we do. We do get the whole group of giraffe sometimes. Anything from 7, 10 possibly do come across them. Giraffe, they're not actually highly territorial. And that's why you often see one at a time or a lot of males at the same time. Now we're going to drive into this wood here, trying to pick up this bride. just got them there. Just gonna actually park right here for now. Got our pride of lion lying down, still same place.
Some impala, 2 nice big males. I suppose they're all calming down from all the activity they've put themselves through the last few months. If you actually have a look at him, you can see his ribs. Now, it's not a very bad sign. You do often see the ribs of animals out here, but last season, if you remember when the impala hit my car, impalas were quite fatty as a result of all the good vegetation that they had, and you couldn't see their ribs. So this is the condition I would imagine, or I would have seen impalas in 2 years ago. We didn't have a great dry season, but they were still okay. But now they're recovering from not being able to eat too much and not focusing on eating, and rather focusing on mating and maintaining territories. So their ribs are starting to show just a little bit. I'm sure they'll be glad to rejoin the herds and feel normality again, not feel the surge of testosterone forcing them to fight and be quite possessive of their ewes and their food and their territory. Oh, was waiting for that. He just threw up another cud ball for us. I thought this might be my impala with one blind eye. Can you see on this impala's right eye, above it, it's quite dark. But it doesn't have the same look as my one blind eye impala. You're going to see a lot of males like this coming out of the rut with a few extra bumps and scars, a few extra patches missing fur. But most of them will recover, and they'll do the same next year. Anyway, off we're going to go towards the dens to check them out.
So we've just stopped on our bumble to have a look at this little guy. It is a yellow mongoose, and it is one of the few mongoose species we get out here. We don't have a huge selection in this dry environment, but unlike the meerkats that we were watching yesterday morning, the yellow mongoose is a solitary character, so he or she is out on their own. Having said that, it's a solitary character. They often share burrows with other creatures, so you'll often see them around the burrow of a meerkat, of a family of meerkats, or the ground squirrels. But I'm sure you can see there it is very well aware of us watching it, and is doing its utmost best to try and pretend like it's not there anymore. But yeah, that's a nice one to see out and about. A little yellow mongoose. You know, the yellow mongoose, it's in terms of the actual animal, the species, again, looking at where we are, it's for us, it's a fairly common animal, but I agree, not necessarily an easy animal to see, to actually watch. So often we see them out here, but more often than not, they like most of these smaller creatures, they're quite shy, they're quite elusive, and when they realize you're onto them, they duck and dive as quick as they can. So always a real treat to have one just sitting, letting you have a good look at it. Look at that. It's. I'm glad to show you something new. I think that's what makes this area so well. It makes it unique. Is that there's a lot of animals out here that you really need to come to specific environments, specific areas. Geographically, you need to go to the exact spots to look for them. And the yellow mongoose is more typical of the drier regions. So yeah, always nice to see something new. Yeah, and they're really pretty animals. They're beautiful. That light color blends in brilliantly with this environment, this arid, dry environment. So always nice to see them. I'm always happy to show people new things. Leighton, thank you. Yeah, it's the color out where we are. It really is. I mean, it really is incredible. You know, the sand, obviously rich in iron, so very, very colorful sands. At the moment, you're not actually even seeing the full spectrum of the colors. You know, we still have a lot of vegetation because of the rain. But fairly soon this is going to open up even more, and you'll see this beautiful orange-red sand felt. And you're right, the grasses take on that golden hue at the moment. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. It is the color out here is spectacular. And at this time of year, where there's really no cloud cover and the clear blue skies, the contrasts are spectacular. Keep on searching here through these beautiful sand dunes, and we're going to get back to Andrew with some lions.
Indeed, yes, we got our pride of lion again, the Talamati. And this morning we only saw about 5 of them. And we were discussing that, whether they're eaten or not. But the one we just saw this morning, when not really full, expand tummy like these young male. Not very full, but I think probably eaten something small. So there were a little bit of spread around here. I'm sure we'll get to see them all. Yawning. So then you're asking how many members in this pride. I know last time I saw them we count anything from, it was about above 13, 14 there. Then including also males, these two are walkers that are always with them. So if I'm not mistaken, somewhere there. Just stood up, probably going to find another spot. Looks like that was all about changing position and urinate and lie down on the far side. So, when you're asking if I ever experienced in the lion hunting, yes, I did a lot of time, and especially this pride a while ago. And when I first came into this area, they were not really capable of killing buffaloes. That's what we know. But then they actually developed so much skill from there. So, but yeah, we've seen them bring down the buffaloes. We've seen them bring down giraffe, female. So I'm going to stay put here with this bride. I'm going to be sending her across to Trishal, where she's heading down to the Hyena Den.
Yes, we've made our way to the den, but as you can see, not much happening. There's not even any fresh tracks of them around. Normally there's tracks all about the area, so I'm quite certain that it's no longer being used. Well, we have been for some time, which is why we haven't been visiting it very often. So that's why I just wanted to give you a quick update. Belto, you really wanted to see the den. Oh, here you go. It feels a little bit like no man's land. But we've had such great sightings here that we must always remember that. And remember that in a couple, maybe a year and a half, we might be lucky again. Especially since the majority of the cubs are quite old now. Most of them a year, or just almost a year, or over a year. That means we're going to see them more frequently as sub-adults walking around and coming to visit us at camp than we are at a den. But in a year, that can all change, and we can be back here, we could be back here, having all the fun we usually do at the den. So do not despair. You're all hoping that the Djuma clan will return. I'm sure that they will. They're called the Djuma clan for a reason. Now it looks like some dwarf mongoose have reclaimed this mount, because originally it was theirs. Well, we're going to now make our way towards Chitwa, and see what's going on that side. I hope to find Mareebs behind the dam wall.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Day.
So now we reposition, which we're able to get a closer look at the male. Which is right here. It's always important for the pride to have males because without the male it doesn't work well. It's so much going on with the lines, especially males coming into the new pride where they've been dominated for so long by another male. Kill the cubs which are not theirs when they get into a new pride. Tell how dark a mane he's got. So he is a full growing. you're asking if the lions ever identify by their spot patterns? Not that really. They don't actually have a spot pattern, especially when they're all fully grown. The whole pattern all disappeared. So you can still identify them by some of the marking during their lives. Some of them would have scar, unique cut on their ears somehow. That's how you can try and identify the bride. So that spot is still well developed when they're younger. From cubs to a juvenile. Even the age of 3.5, some spot on their legs still visible, but all disappearing slowly. So, Don, you're asking if all the sub males are here. I'm not sure. So we count, there's around probably 10. Somewhere there we count all of these animals, 10 of them, but I'm not sure if all of the juvenile young males are all here. But I'm sure when they all just stood up, we're probably just gonna see how many are here. You see all the ears twitching, all the flies sometimes would bother them, but all cats would do that as well. Leopard. Seen also a cheetah will do the same. Compare them with these grasses. The color match pretty much very well for camouflage, especially for hunting. It will help them so much. They won't come visible easily. So Nazarene, you're asking when will they get up and get active again? And maybe once it's dark. That's where they're going to get up and move. But the weather, I think, still allow them to be able to move, but they don't want to lost a lot of energy doing that, because there's a daylight, I think. They actually have a long, maybe, move to get here from where they come from, the west. So we're going to try to stick with them. In the meantime, we'll send you across to Tswalu with John, who were there also on the bumble.
Welcome back again. As you can see just by the terrain, we're moving now a little bit out of the dunes, but into a slightly more thicker area. The end goal is to go, there's not a huge amount of water. The water's quite widespread out here. But the end goal is to get to another body of water and see if anybody's coming down for a drink. But certainly plenty of activity out this afternoon. Lots of things moving, lots of bird calls, lots of beautiful scenery. Every now and then next to the car you can see the thorn trees, the acacias that we have in this area. And the short one that you're not really seeing any thorns in it, but it is the species mellifera. It's a blackthorn, and it has got the nastiest little hooks on it. Certainly not something we want to get ourselves tangled up in, but it is something that the animals quite comfortably feed off. So any animal that browses off the trees, they have the ability to work their way past the thorns, around the thorns, or even with the thorns, and get the nutrients they need out of the trees. But hard to imagine if you're ever unlucky enough to stumble into one. You'll appreciate why I say it's hard to imagine they can do that. Amazingly, with the true thorn trees, the animals like giraffe in particular, they use their tongues to pull the leaves in. So the question there was whether or not the watering holes would be safe for, would mean that the water is safe for people to drink. And you know, if the water is because we rely quite a lot on borehole water for at least a few months of the year out of the rainy season, if you were to get that borehole water coming out of the ground into the, and get it before it hit the water hole itself, it would be perfectly safe to drink. The water, groundwater would be very good, very healthy. or at least healthy enough to drink. But once it touches the waterhole, with the amount of animals that are using them, the different species, you know, if you, for example, if you drank out of the same puddle that a hyena drank out of, and you look at the amount of bacteria they carry in those mouths, and you know, bacteria that our bodies just wouldn't be used to, would be so sensitive to, then no, you'd be putting yourself into incredible risk by drinking that water. It would make you very sick very quickly if your body had a disagreement with. And for most of us, we're so used to the water we drink at home. You know, even if that water is not cleaner than the water we get out here, your body gets so used to it. When you try something new, you must always have an unpleasant reaction, to say the least. So no, I wouldn't recommend dipping my face into the water holes here. Temperature's starting to drop a little bit, a bit of a breeze coming in now, so it's getting nice and comfortable for animals to move. So we're going to continue and cross over to Tswalu.
It's very, very windy for us too. Here we're on Chitwa Dam Wall looking for none other than our boy Maribs. Well, these waterbuck are looking at him too because he is unbelievably reliable and he's there in the reeds. That looks like... Look at him in this tall, I think it's papyrus that he's in there. Watching his watching the waterbuck as usual. Last 3 days, or today is the third day that he is been watching the waterbuck. Anyway, we're going to stick with him. I'm going to try and see if we can move down, although from the top here it's not a bad view at all.
So we're still sitting here, looking at our pride of lions, hoping for them to get to move while we're here, so we can able to experience how they do that. Pretty much sure that they would move further east, but they'll spend a lot more time in the west this time, so we're just going to see from here what they're going to do when they get mobile. Lions are true cats where their claws, it's always attractive, where they only use them for emergency when they grab something to kill. And then of course they can get up trees when they want, but not further up like leopard do. And a tree has got to be very easy to climb as well, because they're so big, a cat. looking at these rare footprint. Can tell how big it is. So we're gonna stay put here, see what they're gonna do.
We have a standoff, everyone. The mighty waterbuck bulls are staring at Mareebs. Maggie and I were just chatting about what the waterbuck's plan here is, really. Where they'll just stare at the leopard. They have a way of knowing if they're being threatened or not, the waterbuck. I guess with any animal. And they can also tell when they have a younger predator or they have a mature adult. And especially with a youngster, you'll find that impalas or antelope, like impala, like waterbuck, but especially the bigger ones, they just kind of stand their ground and they'll watch the leopard and sometimes walk towards it, trying to displace it, try and make the leopard move away because they don't want to turn around and run. The waterbuck know that Mareebs can't take them down. But they're also not happy that he's there. So they'll stare at him for a little while. Usually, like you see, the others are pretty relaxed, but this one is not happy about his presence. So he'll try to get as close as possible. He might scare himself and turn around. Or he'll try to get Mareebs to move. Hi, Jessie. You'd like to know if waterbucks are braver than most antelope? Any antelope that is larger than a leopard could take. There, just a snort. So waterbuck don't have an alarm call. This is the same snort they give when they're in their herds. It's a disgruntled noise or sound. What I was saying was that the large antelope that will not be able to be taken by leopards are pretty brave in this circumstance. But if there were a pride of lions, they certainly wouldn't be this brave, because that's a real threat to them. So I wouldn't say that waterbuck are much braver than other antelope. Just depends on the circumstance. I'm hearing faint alarm calls elsewhere. There's some guinea fowl alarming, and as you know, the guinea fowl have been very alarmed for the last few days in Chitwa. With Mareebs around, it's hard for them to catch a break. Now waterbuck doesn't care too much. He's just had to let Mareebs know, I see you, I'm bigger than you, so don't you try anything. Don't try and bite my ankles. Hi, Michael. You'd like to know if leopards ever hunt in a group? No, that's not the way that they operate. They're solitary hunters. What you might find is maybe siblings that are not independent yet. They might hunt together. a mating pair, they're usually together and they might feed together, but they won't necessarily hunt together, because hunting together implies that there's a certain level of cooperation. And they don't have that type of cooperation. They're solitary. Those solitary hunters, especially, we know that they do associate with their kin. So when he's by himself like this, it's likely that Tundi is off hunting. Maybe she's got a kill somewhere nearby, and then he'll come join. He's tucked in quite nicely there at the moment. He's very difficult to see, but you can just see a bit of white. There you go. Longingly looking at all the meat on that waterbuck. So much. And then poor Mareebs is, can barely get a guinea fowl. But how nice it would be to get a juicy waterbuck. Yes, our Mareebs is brave. A lot of you are quite impressed by how he's not fazed by the presence of the waterbuck. I mean, really, the last 3 days should have told you that, when he's been trying to stalk them. This is a great time in a young leopard's life, when you get to not just see everybody or all the other leopards around you doing things and hunting and jumping and moving off in different places and being by themselves, but you get to do it yourself, but still within the safety and comfort of your mother's territory. One might say that this waterbuck is being particularly annoyed. Heist River, you'd like to know if waterbucks try to protect their own herd from predators? Not really. It's not really a natural thing we see out here very much, animals trying to protect a large group. You do see it with elephants, or rather you kind of see it with elephants, but you don't see it with others. The whole point of a herd, or the way a herd has formed, is when an animal wants to put another member of its species between itself and a predator. So it's quite a selfish act. Not in an emotional way, but in a biological way, to form a herd. That is protection. But when it comes to a predator approaching a herd, everyone is going to take care of themselves. Even mothers taking care of or throwing themselves into the line of the jaws of a predator to protect their young. It does happen, but it's not the usual scenario. And that's because if that animal, say a leopard cub, is protected by a lion by its mother, and the mother is killed, it's basically a death sentence for the leopard cub too. So everyone tries to look after themselves, and it would be better for the mother to just stay alive and continue to reproduce. Now, elephants have a very well-developed emotional intelligence and tight, close-knit herds. They look after each other's young and care for them, protect them. And they seem to get annoyed at lots of predators anyway, even if they're not going to be taken by them. They have a low tolerance for predators, particularly wild dogs and hyenas. So they're the only ones that you'd see the animal that's not around the predator also getting irritated by the presence of the predator. Anyway, now our view is a little bit obscured. I'd like to go to the other side of the dam where I just heard some guinea fowl alarm calls, and then we'll return round here to spend some time with Mareebs.
If you thought you had daddy issues, then think again. Many of the fathers in nature don't have the most commendable parenting skills, but there are some who are always there to protect their young. In honor of Father's Day, this weekend, Andrew and Trishala will be at the fire discussing wild dads. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join in the fun. And if you want to wish your dad a happy Father's Day, then send your messages and we'll be sure to read them out. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Everyone, we're still here. Every now and then you'll see, as you can see, this male, he always every now and then putting his leg up. It's probably a way of digesting. Well, his belly is not really bad, like I just saw the other young male as well. But some of them, they have a flat belly. Flip it over. We're privileged to eat more as a big male in this group. It's all for him. So whenever they kill anything from impala, there's so much members, you're more likely to take for himself. Unless if it's a zebra wildebeest, that it's at least a lot of meat for everybody. So we're going to stay put. In the meantime, I will be sending you across to Trishal.
Watching him grab some screenshots.
He is intently watching these waterbuck now. As soon as the waterbuck let its guard down and kept on moving, he decided that he's going to be out and about again. But I know that these waterbuck are far too large for him. But there's so much he's going to learn by stalking them. He's going to learn what movements of his make the most sounds, what cover to try and use. He's going to learn about what's too big for him. All this is great practice for when he finally is independent and able to take as many antelopes as he wants, because he would be so well versed in the art of stalking, or at least one would hope. His track record is not phenomenal, although he has, look at him. For example, that is not the way to stalk. Bounding in all your handsomeness in the direction of the antelope. The waterbucks run away there. He is really good at catching the smaller creatures, like I said to you. Catfish, the monitor lizard we saw the other day. And slowly but surely he'll start to become quite confident and might take a small antelope and then slowly build on that confidence and that strength. Once he realizes that taking down an antelope is much more difficult than a monitor lizard. High enlightenment, you say this waterbuck is massive compared to Marib's. It certainly is. But just because a feet is large doesn't mean you shouldn't try, right? At least then you can learn that it's far too large for you. And off he slinks away. He's definitely going to stay in this area. This is his little home, and then a little bit later, I think he's going to move to the open area as usual. But I'll try not to make it sound like he's that predictable and say he could be anywhere. Well, I am going to go investigate the other side of the dam. I hope we'll see some elephants there like we did the last few times. I'm going to send you over to John in Tswalu. He's got some of those really cool tall animals.
So we are still sitting with this lovely journey of giraffe. We've managed to count 5 of them together here, and they are enjoying the slightly taller trees in this particular area. for obvious reasons, being in a much drier, arid environment, we'll certainly not have the large amount of big, tall trees that giraffes would prefer, that you'd see in the low veld towards the bushveld regions, but certainly enough to sustain a healthy population. And this particular area we're in at the moment, they're finding it looks like mainly camel thorns that they're feeding off at the moment, but they're enjoying it. The guy on screen there now, that's probably the biggest one in the group we've seen so far. It's a nice big mature bull. And a big giraffe, you're looking at a creature that could be up to 1.5 tons in body weight, sort of 15 feet tall. So they really are massive creatures, and very few of us ever get to really appreciate how big they are. Even when you're on a game drive in a car, the car always gives you a bit of an elevated position to maybe underestimate the true size of them. Another big male coming in on the side there as well. But for most of us, if we were walking around them, we'd easily walk under their bellies and not bump our heads. So really just massive, massive animals. I'm going to edge forward a tiny bit because I think these two males are going to meet somewhere around that next tree. If that seems to be the So interestingly, both big bulls seem to be heading towards the same tree, and like most mammals in the wild, there's always a bit of a hierarchy gets formed. Certain animals are bigger and stronger and assert dominance. It did almost look for a while like he was going to cut his food competitor, go and cut him off there, but they seem to be peacefully feeding alongside the same tree now. But it does seem like the chap feeding on the right is just a little bit bigger. So if he wanted to push the other guy away from the tree, he'd happily do that. Interestingly, with these trees, if you watch them, the giraffe will feed for a certain amount of time and then they'll move off. And the trees, not only do they have thorns, and in particular the different types of thorn trees, the acacias that we get out here, they have very small leaflets to make an individual leaf. So they are naturally protecting themselves from being too well fed on and losing a lot of their greenery and a lot of their water that they have within them. But the tree will also start releasing tannins into the leaves. So once it feels that the leaves are being stripped, the tannin levels will automatically rise. And for an animal like a giraffe, it'll start taking on a bitter taste. And it will naturally then encourage the animal to move on, so that the tree has a reaction, an ability to protect itself from being to having its leaves overfed on. What research has also shown with these tannins is when they're releasing them, increasing them, should I say, they're at the same time releasing pheromones into the air. So in laboratories, they've proven that with wind direction and things like that, trees in close proximity will also start naturally increasing their tannins to try and save themselves from being too well fed on by these big herbivores. You can see the giraffe he obviously didn't know that. I'm sure he's tasted it before, but looking at us with the same curiosity that we're looking at him. It's always interesting how they stop and look at you, and giraffe is one of the species that they are incredibly curious. And often if you sit quietly, whether it be in a car or on foot, if you just find a place to sit and sit quietly, And their curiosity will get the better of them, and they'll approach you usually quite close, just to check you out and see what you're up to. Naturally, they do have a fear of people, so if we were to suddenly walk towards them, they would always move away. But having said that, when we stop, you'll probably find they would also stop and often take a few steps back just to try and figure out what we're up to and what we want. So nice, curious animals. You can hear it is so quiet out here. Even the wind has died down now. Nothing but the noise of the giraffe feeding. And the white-browed sparrow weavers chirping in the background. But apart from that, it's pretty quiet, noise-wise, should I say. Certainly lots of activity, but just lovely to sit out here and see animals like this in their natural environment and enjoy the peace. And I think we'll do that for the next minute or so. Just sit quietly and watch them. You can see how they've turned back there. When we first approached, there was another big bull further back, so I'm assuming they're busy watching him approach. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful scene.
So everyone, once these lions all just put their heads up looking around, they probably heard something. Well, it's quite windy anyway, but they probably heard something. But now again, they all just take it easy. But I'm sure that they may get mobile not too late, probably once the sun gone down. There are some of them. They probably started to clean themselves. See also behind their ears as well, beautiful patch of black. That's also their follow me mechanism. It also helps when they have cubs. Cubs are able to follow those. Also tip end of the tail as well is the same. Such a beautiful cot. So we're gonna spend more time with this bride. Just want to see what they're gonna end up to.
We are looking at a very, very big Nile crocodile here at Chitwa Dam. I'm not sure if it's Vlad or Boris, but Elton and FC thinks that he can recognize this beautiful face as Boris. Look at that, there's some movement even. Isn't that awesome? Well, you know, there's usually two big crocs that we see out here, but also two smaller ones. It's nice to see this big one out of the water. A male croc can be about 700 kgs, even a little bit heavier. Since we haven't measured them all, and some of them look particularly heavy, don't they? But he's really, really very large. So he's out and about now, and that's because it's quite cool and it's windy and it's also cloudy. So he's trying to get as much of that sunlight that is around and warmth around and absorb all of that before he slinks back into the water, if he does for the evening. Oh, I saw a bat. Oh, look at that. Some movement. Do you have some flesh around your mouth? No. Oh, he is good looking, isn't he? Yes, he is. It's nice to see them actually moving. You sense a bit of character about them instead of just this scaly blob by the dam. But for now, I'm going to send you over to John and Tswalu. Oh, and Mareebs, we'll follow up with him on him in a bit. He's gone down into the drainage.
So we're very fortunate. We've come out close to a pan, and there's a couple of bat-eared fox in the open here, busy foraging for food. And I say foraging for food. They are little predatory creatures, and they predominantly insect eaters. A huge amount of what they eat is going to be things like termites. But they will also be feeding on the geckos, and I've seen them before trying to chase a rodent down. But it's always a treat to see them. I'm assuming that the fact that there's two, that it is obviously a pair. But interestingly, usually when you see them in family groups. So you'll see 7 or 8 of them together sometimes with a nice litter of little pups running around with them. But really nice to see them out in the open like this. It's been tough going with the long grass, for seeing all these wonderful little creatures. But we're really starting to get better views of them now that the vegetation slowly but surely dying down a bit. But yeah, fascinating little creatures. Just behind one of them is a blue wildebeest who keeps on shouting his mouth off. It could be us, or it could be a mistaken identity. They see a small dog-like creature and have a panicked moment thinking there's a predator close by, but difficult to say who he's staring at, us or them. But yeah, he's certainly trying to tell everybody that there's something around. So it looks like they've moved and have disappeared. I'm going to keep going. There's a beautiful pan up ahead, and I actually see a huge amount of game already in the area. So it definitely looks like lots of wildebeest, some oryx, the gemsbok, and even a nice big group of eland in the distance there. So let's go a little bit closer and see what we get.
so cool. Now we're able to see their heads. These two, they still their heads up, helping each other. Hello, grooming. That helps in a member. Gotta groom one another. So they all remember over here, since there are a lot of them, but when they kill something, but now without the male, for example, so all member females is young males will participate on feeding at the same time. They don't wait for each other or for someone special in the member to feed first. They have to share, whether there's a warthog, whether there's impalas. Due to that, sometimes they may injure each other during that feeding, because some would push too much to have more if it's small. In that time, they would maybe by mistake bite each other, or fight took place, but just for that time. When the meat is over, they're all friendly again. So, Katrina, you're asking if these lions are stationary at Djuma. Yes, they are stationary at Djuma. And one of the roads is called, we're on the actually eastern side of that Belenati, but on the Rebecca Road. Stationary there. Where they cross in by this morning from the west, where there's a Ratuza or a Simbambile, one of these property. Cats, all animals in general, when they lick each other, gain so much from one another. For example, mother would lick cubs, their own cubs, or any animal individual. That helps to pick up or get to know their own babies very well. Same with the lions. Don't only get to know their babies, but they have to know each other in these members. stay put. Hopefully they get mobile soon.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So no change. They're still cleaning each other. There's only, actually, in fact, there's only one that is now head is up. But they're not actually bad. They are so much of a little action here or movement. Since there's a chance of that hunting succeed, because so many of them, it's always when they hunt, it's always a plane, downwind, prey species, and all are just trying to surround the area. May happen one would upwind the species, the prey species, and they're all just going to go crazy, run around, and at times a chance the species may run into one of those they're already in position. So that's a way of succeed on killing. So, you're saying this grooming is no doubt to watch them. Indeed, it's no doubt. It's all comforting here. And it's all it's so cool just to see them, their heads up and down every now and then. Everyone, we're going to talk to the radio communication now. The other guys want to get here, and I'm the only station, so it won't be too long. Yeah, station is Andrea. So you come down from Belenati, you take Rebecca Road down east. You see the vehicle tracks. If you come from the Belenati, then you will be able to turn to the right into the block. You'll see me. So we're going to do the same. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to be sending you to Tswalu with John.
So as you can see, we are still at this beautiful little pan, and the activity is not just of the wildlife. At the moment, there is an endless stream of turtle doves, Cape turtle doves, that are coming in and out to have a drink, and they haven't stopped. So just a huge amount going on around water, and I always refer to it. It's such a source of life for these animals, and there's very little that can survive without it. But yeah, lots and lots of Cape turtle doves. I'm hearing lots of sandgrouse, but they're not coming to the water yet, but they're close. So that'll happen fairly soon. And then as we pan across, you'll see all the game that's been gathering around you. And still the same as what we had earlier, lots of oryx. There's a bit further off, there's quite a big group of springbuck. And then the really nice herd of wildebeest in the distance. And of course the eland that we saw a little bit earlier, they're still hanging around in the background there. Danny, that is a nice question to ask, and the answer for it, not necessarily everyone, but certainly going into the winter months, most of the waterholes, and you'd find it throughout the Kalahari, so not unique to this reserve, but these areas are quite poor in minerals, and just to try and help maintain animals' health and condition, putting salt blocks and mineral blocks just to help them keep condition in the dry season. Mineral blocks, for the most part, what it'll do, it'll just strengthen the digestive system. So as vegetation starts losing its palatability and its nutrient value, it'll just help their bodies process what is available to them and help keep them as healthy as possible. So yes, you will find it around most of the water here, that there's going to be some sort of block out there. You can see the eland, they've moved off a little bit. I'm assuming they've had their drink already, and they're just feeding off for the last hour or so of light. Most of these animals we're seeing around here, they become very inactive at night time. It's like most animals, their eyes are not suited for low light. They've got a much better spectrum around color. don't do too well in the dark conditions, and that's obviously where a lot of the predators are at their strongest. They get to see very well at night time. So a lot of these animals, this is this would be a good place. It's very open as far as the eye can see, so it would be a great place for them to come, have a drink, feed for the last hour of light, and find a place in the open where, with lots of eyes and ears and lots of alertness, hopefully they'll figure out if a predator's getting close to them. Olivia, I'm not sure if I understood your question properly, but the antelopes in winter, the vegetation they're eating for most of the year, if it's rich in carbohydrates and proteins, and it will have minerals in it. But as the dry season starts taking a lot of that life out of the plants, it starts lacking mineral content, and that's where these blocks come in. These mineral blocks is most of the species of antelope, and even some of the big animals will come and lick them or nibble on them. But during the wet season, the vegetation itself, it produces enough to keep them going. Winter is it's a trying time for most animals. Obviously excluding the predators, they'll thrive on the weakness of others. Interestingly, I see another eland coming in from, I want to say from the middle of nowhere, because he's nowhere near the herd where the rest of them are. He's just appeared and seems to be now heading in the direction of the rest of the group. So perhaps he's a little late getting to the drinking spot tonight. But definitely trying to catch up now.
Everyone, now having a look at these dark mane of this beautiful male lion, which is actually very close to us. And all of that belly he's got is taking the most, whatever it was. Able to tell that also male would have 4 teeth, but they're not used like what the female would use them to nest their babies. And the update about Nkuhuma, they across the boundary, the southern boundary, which is in a little garden there. And they've been there for probably 2 days, I think. So there's a chance they may bump on one another if that happen. They're probably going to separate away from one another safely.
So again, we've just by luck we left the water. We ideally we don't want to spend too long at this time of day and perhaps stop animals getting to water. They could have travelled quite a distance. But just as we were leaving, we bumped into the two-bat-eared fox again. And unfortunately, they gave us the same reaction they did the first time. They tolerated us for a minute or two and then decided to keep moving. But always really nice to see them out and about, and it's a good sign of the weather conditions that are going to occur soon, to have animals that are more typically out in the evening, into the night, coming out a little bit earlier in the afternoon. Gives us really good opportunities to be looking at them. Plan is to keep going for a little while, and as the sun starts getting a little bit lower to the horizon, we'll definitely be coming back out here and to this particular pen and see. Sorry, Rochelle, I missed your question there. I missed what it was. Hopefully I can get it again and I can answer you. I got your question that time. I don't want to lie to you. I actually have no idea why it is referred to as a turtle dove. I just wouldn't have a clue. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would call it a turtle dove. But it's certainly something that you have now made me wonder as well. So I will find that answer and get back to you. But that is an excellent question. So we stopped for a brief second there. Somebody is going to be very cold tonight. They've lost their beanie, I would imagine sometime in the morning. So that's going to be a cold evening drive for them. So we're going to keep driving along here, and we're going to be heading back to Tswalu in Djuma. Enjoy.
It seems that Mareebs hasn't come out of that area he crawled into. So when we saw him last with you guys and he crawled into that Tambuti thicket, that's basically the backyard of the house that he was sitting in the other day. Remember? And we were waiting outside hoping he'd come out. So obviously we can't film there. So for now we're going to continue to drive around, and and hopefully find some elephants, because Maggie would love to see some elephants. Not just her, I love elephants myself. So we're gonna go find them to spend some time with them while there's still some daylight. In the evenings, it's a bit more difficult to have that good interaction with them. Often in the evenings, they're a little bit more irritable, put it that way. They don't like light and things like that, so it's and with best views we have of them are during the day anyway. So off we go looking for them, and I'm going to send you over to Andrew with his Telemati lions.
Indeed, we're still with the Talamati. Now we actually gone around them just to see the whole of them. But yeah, we only count, if I'm not mistaken, 11 of them. I'm not sure if there is more around. And then, so number 12, it's Avoca male. So as I said, that not all of them had a bigger tummy, but the male is, and that young male is as well. So probably these are the one that push too much whenever there's a kill. They already have the most. Holly asking how much of a meat lion can eat in a day. Depend. If they already have whole buffalo or giraffe lying down, the bigger lion can consume anything from 18 upwards. That eating is continuously non-stop when they have a prey down. But if they kill something like impalas, each one would have just a little, maybe 1.5 kg or 3 kg of each. So when they have a kill, they will feed on that and they will look after it until the end of it. Shivak, you're asking if all of the lions stay awake or they wait for the one to let everybody to be awake. So there is a few difference on lions where there is a, when it comes to whoever waking up for a safety, everybody is priority to watch for safety. There is no such hierarchy when it comes to that. But that could be something to do with the leading of the whole pride to in a certain area. Of course, it's got to be any experienced female that she always control that. So then whoever raises her head up immediately, and all of them are just going to be alert to find out what's approaching. But they're very alert when they're sleeping. They are always aware of anything happened around. Hearing it's phenomenal for a cat, usually all cats. So they would pick up sound from far away quite easy. But when it comes to the smell, because this is their way of taking over a hunt, they can also smell things from far away, or even tell which species are out there through smell. So their ear is it's covered with the hair, and that is actually to develop well sense of hearing. So in terms of communication, they also do a few other calls, which is able to make them to rejoin again if they are ever separate. So that calling, it's either calling for territorial to advertise the area where they are or alert the other members that they're in the area.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Rial. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Alrighty, well, we've had a look at our sunset. Let us move on to find some elephants. A lot of the properties have still been doing their fire break burning, and that's why we're still getting quite a lot of smoke in the air. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to necessarily be one of our boundaries that gets burned for us to see the effects of it or smell the effects of it. Hi, Sugar Bits. You'd like to know why is there grass in some areas and no grass in other areas? Let's have a look at these lovely impala while I answer you. Because this is a natural area, the grass is exposed to all the movements of the animals. So especially elephants, large animals, elephants, rhinos, buffaloes, they flatten the grass when they sit, when they feed in bulk. So that's one of the reasons you might find patchy bits of short grass like there and other bits of long grass in the immediate vicinity. Like there's that patch there off to the right. Now also, some areas get mowed, like quarantine, when there's too much fuel around, because we don't want wildfires to start in areas where they aren't, well, we don't want them to start at all, but an area like quarantine, there's a lot of fuel there. So those areas are mowed. And then there's places with no grass at all, like the road, because it's constantly driven over. So no grass gets to grow there. Termite mounds, around termite mounds, there tends to be less growth, but that's not actually because there's no growth, but rather because the vegetation that grows there gets eaten quickest and most frequently. That was very strong, the way they all picked their heads up like that and looked off in that direction. And then obviously these fire breaks are areas, patches that have been burned, so there isn't much grass on there. And it's just bare. That was quite an interesting look that Impala gave me. I've been noticing that bachelor herds have been a little like twitchy. I wonder if it's a result of like some sort of come down from all the testosterone that's been coursing through them, where they're still on edge with each other, but not really fighting or behaving in an aggressive way. I think that might be it, but also it's quite windy, so maybe they have smelt some sort of predator in the air. The lions are quite far from here. It's unlikely to be that. But I've also not seen any evidence of a predator around this area. I haven't seen any tracks, haven't heard anything. Much like when elephants are in must, young impalas, when they're experiencing this rutting period, are feeling an extent of what they would as an adult ram. And so sometimes they are not sure what to do with themselves. They're behaving differently, they feel differently. Very much like a teenage boy or girl during that time when there's changes happening. All right, let me send you over to John at Tswalu. We're still on the mission to find some elephants.
So we are still bumbling around, and like I said earlier, I'm just biding my time to ultimately head back to that little pan. It's definitely a draw card for everything in this area, so we're hoping to be seeing more there, if not something different. And there is really a lot of wildlife around this area at the moment. We're bumping into lots of creatures as we go through. There's a couple of ostrich on the top of the rise there, and it's two beautiful males, and easy to distinguish male and female based on the color of the feathers. So obviously we're talking about the mature adults, but the males are jet black in color, and the females are much more dull brown. It is advantageous to them when it comes to things like nesting. Male and female will share the duties on the nest, and the two different colors potentially would make it easier for them to share the duties, with one doing more of the day shift and one doing more of the night shift. Obviously the female, with her very dull brown color, you can see the grass that they're walking through. She would completely disappear into there. The males would do a much better job of it at night. But always nice to see the males with that color that they have there. I mean, incredibly beautiful animals. Birds. Incredibly beautiful birds. And ostriches are certainly very, not so much territorial, but they're very protective of nests. And in particular the males. Males, there's through history there's been some rather unusual but some terrible incidences with male ostriches where people have disturbed them around a nest, and they'd obviously, like a territory, they would defend it with their lives. But they're not marking boundaries as such. They're not defending it as such. But the actual nesting site, absolutely, they will literally run like a territory, and anybody who comes in there is at risk, whether it be another ostrich that's not welcome to that party, or even ourselves. If we disturb them around a nest, we're asking for an incredible fight. And ostrich are, for the most part, they're harmless in that they would rather just leave us alone. They'd rather not get into a fight like most animals. They'd rather always avoid conflict. But what they do have is an incredible ability to kick. And on their toes, their big toe has a thick, sharp nail on it. And I can tell you, it would be like a tin opener. When they stamp that foot down, they would inflict a lot of damage. But just summing up your question, not really defending a territory, but more a nesting zone, a nesting site. Again, you can see the Kalahari colours, and it has turned out to be the most spectacular afternoon weather-wise. Just as perfect as it could be. So I'm going to start slowly making my way back to that little pan. The light is starting to drop now. For now, we're going to head across to Andrew with the Talamati Pride.
So now they're all heads up, not all of them, but they are looking southern direction. Maybe this is how they're gonna start to get to move. So we can't see what they heard. We're just going to rely on them anyway. When they move, we're going to follow them. So, Victor, you're asking how would they, when the wind affect their hunting? they need wind. They love hunting in the wind because there's a chance they get close to their prey species without the prey species noticing that there is a danger around them. So they will use other pouring of rain, wind, but also when they do hunt, when it's wind, always downwind. So they would face the wind all the time, because that brings a chance of them smell so far away, whatever is in front of them. So we're just going to be stationary here. Hopefully we get to see how they're going to be marching down to that drainage line.
We're just turning around on this road, and like I said, we're heading back towards the water. Hopefully there's somebody out and about. So once we get back to the water, if nothing else, even if the wildlife is the same or if nothing's there, the birds are going to be flocking in, and in particular the sandgrouse. So out here in Tswalu we have 3 different species of sandgrouse, but what is unique to the sandgrouse birds is that they obviously nest on the ground, and they could be nesting anywhere. And for chicks that need water, the adults will actually soak their chest feathers and then fly with water in the chest feathers or on the chest feathers for the chicks to preen off them. And typically it'll be early-ish morning, but certainly not when it's too cold. And then it'll be in the late afternoon, just before night time. So if nothing else, we're going to get a great view of the sandgrouse out there.
Now they all, they probably heard something. I thought I also heard something, but maybe it's not what they heard, because their hearing it's better than ours. But just from hearing from distances, we'll probably not to tell or able to tell what is it until they can see it. And tonight looks like it, since it's still cloudy, it's going to be no even a little of a moon. Not really. It's going to be a pitch dark, so and they will be hunting in that through darknesses. So they're every now and then focusing on what they're hearing in there. But if they ever hunt in front of us, we're able to experience how they do it, because they'll reposition themselves. So, Puni, asking if lions struggle with their hairballs, just like a domestic cat. A lot of time, I've seen that less. But I'm not sure with the domestic cat. I never spent time with domestic cat, see how they're suffering from there. But they always deal with this when they have kind of issues. You're able to tell because they will sort of like suck air every now and then, in and out, but deeply. But also leopard, where you had the same thing. I never actually witnessed that on cheetah. Vega, you're asking how much sensitive a lions smell. Very sensitive. That's why when it comes to that, they would be able to smell things miles and miles away. And then from there, they would be able to even judge the distances. They can able to draw the line from there, just an estimate how far the smell come from. That, whether it's very rotten or it's fresh meat, they would then be able to tell that as well. See the Olora watching back there again. So it just looks like not all of them are here. Maybe 1, 2 run out here, I'm not sure. Probably separate from where they come from. So earlier before we came down here, we were talking that we saw a few of our buffalo tracks that they didn't really look fresh to me, but since we haven't spotted them around here, you never know. Maybe they're still in this wood. So we're going to stay put. In the meantime, we're going to be sending you across to Trishal to give everybody an update.
I think Maggie is bringing me unbelievable amounts of luck. It looks like Mowati. That is unbelievable. Now, he was very, very skittish and ran away from us when he first saw us, but we managed to follow him. At least his behavior looked very Mowati the face did. I don't know if you managed to get a glimpse there, but he's moved now into Aruthuza. So that was very, very fortunate that you came to us at that time, that we decided to come this way, and we're just at the right place at the right time, and that's very special. That's one of the most special things out here, is the fact that we happen to be, and we're at the right place again. There he goes. When I first saw the face, I thought it might be tortoise pan, but then with the behavior, it seemed like it was Mowati. But if he just looks at us face on, we'll get a better idea. For Mowati, I always look for his nose. He's got quite a, you know where the curves of the nose is, the top of the nose? His is quite distinct. This vehicle coming into the Sabi Sands for their vacation is having the entrance of their life here. The first time I ever entered the Sabi Sands, I saw Hasana as we were driving in. Let's follow him. I know exactly where he's going. So follow. We are about to return to Kara's Hill, and he's leading the way. Very interested in this vehicle. I feel very, very, very lucky this afternoon, guys. We'll see you at Kara's Kill.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years. DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
I'm not getting it on my radio. So you can see we're at the waterhole again, and we have the most spectacular sighting of a brown hyena. And I mean, we had a great view this morning around a den site, but I can assure you, to have a brown hyena walking out like this to you in the open in such beautiful sunlight, this is an absolute rarity. And you know, for someone who's been in the bush for many years, this is an absolute treat. It does look like a fairly young animal, which is probably why it's as relaxed as what it is. You know, the adults would typically be a little bit more shy. But the youngsters, if they don't know any fear, then have nothing to fear. This is what you get. But, I mean, this really is incredible. Look at the beautiful colors on the legs. I mean, just really, really special. Yeah, I'm glad all our viewers are enjoying this. I can assure you, you know, we spend many, many hours out in the bush here, and very seldom we get such a clear view of a brown hyena. You know, by nature, they are very shy. But isn't that incredible? So I'm sure you can see there's something of great interest in the ground there. That's got his attention. His or her, I'm labelling it a he, but I actually have no idea. But something's drawing its attention there. It's very interested in something. Having just said he or she and then commenting that I have no idea who or what, you know, what sex this animal is. Hyenas, for many years, people believed that they were both male and female. It's one of the few creatures where they're almost impossible to tell apart just by looking at them. And typically in the hyena society, the female is the bigger of the two. So the females dominate society, the males not so much. I'm sure you saw that little run that it gave there. That's a very typical gait for a hyena. They're not the fastest of creatures, but they have amazing stamina. Interestingly enough, brown hyenas do not. They don't make noises like the spotted hyenas do. In fact, they don't whoop at all. They do make noise, and interestingly, when there's excitement within a group, you know, if they meet each other, there's a lot of wailing and screaming, but very little in the way of advertising that they're around. You know, as far as predators go, they're in with the weakest. So, with that in mind, no, they really don't. They're silent unless they meet a competitor. And if they get themselves in trouble, then you'll hear them. Literally, it sounds like a baby wailing. So not whooping as such, and not calling out to let everybody know they're there. They don't display territory in the same way that the spotted hyenas do. But yeah, our brown hyena has moved off, and we're going to be heading over to Trishana.
We're still following Mowati, and he's actually moved past Kara's Kill. Kara's Kill is to the right. Joined us.
Sorry about that, all technical issues. Now our pride of lioness started to get mobile. Looks like they're gonna go east. Looks like it. So we're gonna try stick with them in this bush. The wind is picking up a little bit as well. There is a little bit of a spitting of a rain here as well. Just gonna take a look at the male. He's also up. Still defecations, but I'm sure he's gonna keep up with them. Oops, his eye is limping. So he's busy smelling where the female were laying down. Some of these females have been urinating in there, so important for him to check their status. So we're going to try stick with them if it's possible for us into this bush. In the meantime, we're going to be sending you across to Trishal with their leopard.
Well, it seems that we might have tortoise pan male. So that was my initial thought. And then I was not sure. If it is here, this is the first time I've seen the tortoise pan male. But James Richard says it is. So I'm sure it must be. That was awesome. Getting him walk by like that. There's a couple drops of rain at the moment. And the skies don't look too promising. He's actually moved up there now, actually quite close to Kara's kill. So we're gonna go around and see if we can join up there. Ooh, there's some spitting going on from the sky. Let me send you back to Andrew while I catch up with the tortoise pan male. A first for me. See if he'll go to that kill. Hubby, did you see him?
Right, so we're keeping up. Good luck, Trishal. I'm happy for you that you get to see tortoise pan. We're now behind our pride of lions. Just gonna stop here because there's one actually right here, still scratching. It's one of the young male. So he goes, we're gonna follow. Looks like it's getting her. Just gonna see how thick it gets. They're moving fast ahead of us. I may actually go back to the road. Renee, so you're asking which one of these lines to start getting a hunt. So when all of them are mobile, in hunting there is no such a hierarchy, so everybody will immediately react, but it's only part of the leading where they're going to go. That is the key. There has to be someone in a member to do that, and once it's taken, all they're going to just be ready for anything come out. So everybody will be on a hunt. So I don't think I'll make it through there where they just have gone through. I'm just going to try to make my way maybe to the road so we can try maybe wait for them to come out because they're moving very fast. Looks like we still got them there. I just lost them for a bit, but we still got them still. Got them. Oops, sorry. Oh, just two of them there. One is moving off. And they're up and going again. So there they're going. I think it's still much better for us to keep up with them. It must be a road ahead of them.
Well, that's Kara's kill in the tree, or what's left of it. And it seems that Tortoise Pan is making his way. He's in front of the vehicle, just obscured by a bush now. But everyone is pretty... Oh, there he comes. There he comes. Side of the vehicle for us there. In front of the vehicle now. There we go. This might make Kara show up, so it seems that the last time when we saw Kara and she jumped down and went off into the block, nobody has seen her since when they've been at this kill. So this might draw her out. He's gonna mount. Just need him to get a little bit more forward. There he goes. Slinking close by. Remember, he would be able to smell Kara here. So it's not just the kill. It's also another leopard that he smells in this area. There he goes. The stage is set for him. Isn't it? There's something about knowing that all these people are here and with vehicles and lights off, or at least most of us, everyone waiting for him to do what's just so normal to him. It's kind of like being at a concert. There's this collective kind of feeling. I can still hear him shuffling around a little bit. It actually sounds like he's scratching in that same space, same spot that Kara was scratching a little earlier towards the base of the tree. We've lost sight of him now, so we'll just have to wait. Oh, there we go. Bottom. He's now at the bottom of that little mound. I'm not sure what he's thinking, but trying to figure out who originally made this kill is around. Maybe he's just kind of cleared the area, scent marked the area and said, okay, well, this is mine now. Or maybe he's actually not interested. Yeah? A bit of scent mark action. Some of you are wondering where Kara could be. I saw Kara move off into the block at least 100, 150 meters to the north. So she could, usually what she would do, or most leopards would do if they leave the kill, is that they'd sit close by, at least close enough to see the kill and be able to tell if some intruder comes along wanting the kill. Just mount the tree. Everyone wants you to. Some of you are commenting that it must have been a great drive for Maggie, because she's had lots of leopards. What do you say, Maggie?
Oh, fantastic.
Loving it. We had some nice nice things that the leopards were doing, not just sitting, but there was movement, which was very nice. I just didn't get Maggie. monkey-elephant interaction. I'll have to organize a camp visitor, I think. Looks like he's moved off. He's moved off to the left. Kind of through there. I'm surprised. I thought he would jump straight up, but he's clearly made the point that this is mine now. And if you want to, you can call me, because she is a young, impressionable leopardess, Kara that is, although it's probably unlikely that she would mate to have, go for it, mate and have cubs just yet. She hasn't established a proper territory. She'd need to establish a proper territory before she can safely have cubs. But that doesn't mean that the male leopards will not still advertise to her. It is quite dark now, so we're not going to drive through the bush looking for him. We're going to let him be on his merry way. I'm so glad we saw him together. That's the first time I've seen the tortoise pan male, so it's amazing. But we're going to move on from here now.
If you thought you had daddy issues, then think again. Many of the fathers in nature don't have the most commendable parenting skills, but there are some who are always there to protect their young. In honor of Father's Day, this weekend, Andrew and Trishala will be at the fire discussing wild dads. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join in the fun. And if you want to wish your dad a happy Father's Day, then send your messages and we'll be sure to read them out. Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
It just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
So we're now on the road with this bride. They have walked through to that bush, but we have joined the road here, so, and they haven't yet joined the road, but they will be shortly. there's a wind picking up, so it will be very good for them. And maybe they would end up somewhere in quarantine in this direction if they're going to cross this road. You're asking if the lions would share the small kill with the older bride. So there where it comes to that, a lot of time there is whoever's strong would get the most. If it's small, for example, there is a male here, and then he'll probably take it if it's like a steenbok, and of course he would take it for himself. Size of impala, they were able to share a little bit. Kudu, the wool. And the scrap here, if it happens, a caught one would have it on her own. One came out with, just looks like a stick. Hey? Yes, it is a stick. They have a lot of time to play, exercise their jaws. Looks like they're all lying down in front of him. So, Dylan, you're asking if the duckman will be able to mate still while he's limping. Yes, he will. And that's why it's ideal for him to spend time with the bride. So any female that come on estrus, you will pick it up and you will stick with her. So there's another vehicle in front of us. We're going to let them go in front of us because it's only a road. So they're heading now down to, along this road, we're going to come out at the effluents deep. That's where the pump house is. But if they're going to turn to the left, and that's quarantine, they're going to come out there. So I'm going to stick with them. In the meantime, I'm going to be sending you across to Trishala.
He has made it up the tree. He's now investigating little bits on there. That's actually where, look at his face. He's phlegm and grimacing. And that's where Kara was sitting when we were last here. Less interested in the meat and more interested in the leopardess whose kill this was. Hyena underneath. It's just moving about underneath the tree. We're just going to see it. I just saw it around here. It's going to be around there. Must have moved off. At first I thought it was another leopard. Thought it might have been Kara, but it was definitely a hyena. Look at him, Fleming, grimacing away, trying to figure out what's the status of Kara. Oh, he's beautiful. Hi, Liam. You'd like to know what will Kara do? There's our hyena at the bottom of the tree. What will Kara do when if she arrives at the scene? Because they're different sexes, they're unlikely to actually have a fight. Because she's not defending her territory against male leopards. She's only defending her territory against female leopards. Also remember, her territory is not well defined, so she's likely to see him and maybe then decide not to approach the kill. Or she might actually mill around at the bottom and look at him. Because I've seen Kara follow Mulwati before. But they don't actually interact, she was just following him. But they will probably not have a fight. She is, if it were Tundi, and Tundi came back here to find Tortoise Pan on her kill, she might be a little bit more aggressive than Kara will. There we go. He's settling in. He's ready to claim this as his own. Kara who? It always amazes me, their agility on these branches. Their strength and their poise, they seem to move with such grace, such confidence considering the height of the trees that they tend to be in, as well as the skinniness of some of the branches they like to explore. Yep, he has settled in. I doubt Kara will come back. I think she'll smell him and It might take her a while to realize he's here, because she'll come to the tree and then smell him, having scent marked around here. Also, the last time we saw him scent marking, making his way here, it was over at Triple M, not to the east, or to the northeast, which is the direction she'll be coming from. So she won't really smell him until she gets quite close. And I think when she does, she will just turn around and sit somewhere close by and watch. I can imagine her standing at the base of the tree and just looking up, but she won't climb up and, have a confrontation with him or anything like that.
Yeah, what else? That becomes like over. Yeah, it's a lot of the
I think that we're going to leave him be now that we've seen him get up in the tree, scent mark a lot, and then get comfortable. We'll leave him be and we'll move in a campward direction. We're not terribly close to camp, so we'll stop for plenty along the way. Hopefully that jackal will show up too. And I forgot to show Maggie a chameleon, obviously. If I can find one. It's pretty warm tonight, so let's hope that I can. This has been a truly, truly wonderful experience, and I've been very lucky this afternoon. We all have been very lucky this afternoon, but we're going to move on now. Like I said, I told you our plans, so off we go.
So we had a car in front of us, and now what happened, there's a dip, and there's no way for us around. So we're going to just wait a little bit, and then hopefully we get a chance, because Philemon's Deep, it's right there, not far away. But also just to give them a chance to exercise their own skill. Because they're going to move and they're going to lie down. When they do that, it's a way of getting to know what they could hear. It's probably wind as well, a little bit. Since the wind is pushing from the south to the north, it happens that they may sometimes move to the south. But we're just going to see if they're going to make that decision or not. But they will be happily stick around in Djuma so we can be able to see them again. So let's see if we can get too close to them.
So the sun has long set, and it's obviously getting quite dark out here. And I mentioned earlier that this is a great time to, it's a great time and a great environment to be looking for the true nighttime creatures, the true nocturnals. We're always hopeful that we catch something when we drive at night. For the most part, the nocturnal animals are a little shy, but we often get very lucky out here. So from our side, for the next little while, we'll just be continuing with our bumble. It's been pretty successful so far, and hopefully we bump into something really special that you don't see too often. It's a difficult question to answer based on the fact that there are so many grass species, and I say so many relatively, but for sure that the sourgrass, the Kalahari sourgrass, the actual species, is very prominent out here. But there's a fair mix of different species. At the moment, if you can see where we're going now, it's all your sourgrass. As you head up into the mountains, it does change quite considerably. But yeah, some types of silk grasses, the signal grasses, even a couple of panicums around. Typically out here, it does quieten down at this time. The majority of your antelope species will be looking for a safe place to rest, as well as your zebras, your giraffes, your mongooses have long gone to bed, your ground squirrels. There's a good variety of nighttime creatures out here, but true nocturnal species really only come out 2 to 3 hours after dark. Again, these are averages, but the temperature as it drops here, it becomes cooler, it becomes colder, and animals are smart enough to know that to keep warm requires energy. So rather than trying to keep warm, they find a place where they can be warm. So in an environment like this, perhaps moving onto some of the thicker trees, into some of the thicker grasses. Closer to the mountains is good with all the heat radiating off the rocks. Even these sand dunes, there'll be a bit of warmth stored in the sand there. So this time of evening, everyone's settling, not everyone, the majority are settling down, preparing for a cold night and one filled with lots of nervous energy. Michael, update on the wild dog pack. It seems, for a while we were obviously quite excited that the alpha female had found a den site and pupped. It seems like it does seem unfortunate like they weren't successful. So from an update perspective, they are roaming again, not returning to a specific spot, which would have been, clear indication that a den site was active. And on top of that, we're seeing all 4 of the dogs together at the moment, so that it is a small pack. Sadly not easy to raise pups when your numbers are low, but I say that they're a strong pack, they're a healthy pack, they feed well. Perhaps there'll be better luck on the next season if they don't get it right now. But update, that's unfortunately where we stand. It sadly doesn't seem to be any pups this year. Whether or not she had them and lost them, or just never had them. Yeah, nice question, Michael. Hopefully we can show you some dogs in the next few days.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
So we just turned the headlights off the car there for a minute. There is a big giraffe standing next to us, and giraffe are notorious for not enjoying being in the light. But here we can use the night equipment to show him without actually impacting on him at all. There is absolutely no light on him, although your picture will indicate he's quite well lit up. But like I say, giraffe are notorious. They do not cope well with light. They get incredibly nervous, they panic, and get themselves in all kinds of trouble. But you can clearly see with using good camera equipment and not putting any lights on them, he's continuing completely unhindered. The car headlights could have been a problem, and I quickly turned them off. But he'll continue feeding. Very nice. Just going back to to a question I had a few minutes ago from Michael about the update on the wild dogs, and I mentioned that they don't seem to have pups, and there's a couple of key things that we've been seeing, and I mentioned that they're not returning to a specific site, so it appears there's no den to go to. The alpha female is running with the pack at the moment, and that's not too unusual. You know, after she's had the pups and spent a bit of time with them, they'll often leave a babysitter to look after pups. You know, alpha dog is often, you know, she's a key member of the pack from a hunting perspective, so it wouldn't be unusual for her to be out with the rest. But having seen her frequently, there's no signs of milk, there's no signs that she's suckling. And like I said, to have all of the pack together on the move at the same time, you know, that really wouldn't be common or typical behavior for dogs. They will always leave somebody behind to look after the little ones. So yeah, that's a more in-depth view as to why our update sadly doesn't seem to show pups this year. So we're going to continue crisscrossing the dunes, but for now, off to Andrew in Djuma.
Indeed, we're back here again, and so we have to leave the pride, because then finally was a lot of car interested at the same time. And then we decided to give a little bit of a break. But now what we got a scrap hare on the road. It's so lucky because it's so far away from the pride of lion, so there's a chance of survive, not to kill by lion, but something else. Looks like it's gonna run around the road. So that's how they move. They always gulp when they move. Looks like they're moving away from us. Vanished, it's gone. So we're gonna head down, probably quarantine area. This is where we're going to check. Still hoping to find what we could around in this road. And these lines would be ideal also to think of rechecking on them tomorrow. Hope to stick around. Since there's always a chance that they're slightly inside Djuma very much. So everybody, I would like to thank you so much. So we're coming in the end of this afternoon evening drive. So I would like to take this moment to thank everybody for joining us, and then we all hope that tomorrow would be the same thing. We will see you again tomorrow morning, 6:30 Central African time. Goodbye.